Hey everybody, how's it going? What's up? So, this time, I am no longer, anywhere near as completely fucking out of it. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish up this, this quest so we can actually get access to the cutscenes again. But I do also want to go back through the actual trial. Because holy shit, dude. Like, I ended stream after, the last one, and I realized just, like, I was even worse off than I thought. I was basically half asleep the entire time. Not the best timing for that. No, I am much better. You know, whether or not that's going to... I was literally about to say whether or not that's going to translate to more, like, quicker translations, but god, that would be awful. No, I don't think that's going to, result in that. Rather.
こんな時、私にも超える力があればいいのにと思うわ。あなたに語らせずとも、過去を見て分かってあげられたら、どんなにいいことか、とね。
Huh. I think this is like one of the first times that, characters like this have said this. Oh, this is last words compared to the English? Oh, we didn't even look that up. But I mean, I vaguely remember that. He said, like, he said something about, like, they gave a very quick justification for him breaking out of, Zodiark. Like, the greater entity of Zodiark. Saying that it was just like an unconscious desire to see everybody else in the Committee of 14 again. But then he just straight up forgot what that reasoning was, and so he was basically just kind of drifting aimlessly. But then, you know, when he remembers again, he says, like, oh yeah, I remember now. I really loved them. And all I wanted was to be able to see their smiling faces one more time. Or something along those lines. Before he dies. I can't imagine that they would have translated that. Given the track record. The reason why all of this sounds so dope is because he's obviously still a kid. Well, I mean, kind of. Like, he did have a bit of, like, a childish bent to him. A little bit. Like, the voice didn't... Like, if that was the intent with the Japanese voice acting with that one, to make him sound more like a child, it didn't really come across that well. To be completely honest. Like... It didn't have... Knowing that in retrospect doesn't actually make the voice line up, even still. I think his voice would probably have needed to be a bit higher pitched then if they wanted to go with that. But I mean, yeah, he is also thousands of years old. Well, The thing with that, though, actually, is that what they were going with, though, is that if they were going with the idea of him being in, like, being the core of Zodiark, basically in a state of arrested development, slowly just losing parts of himself rather than actually growing or maturing in any way, that could still work.
実は始皇帝の玉座から降りてくる際に気になるものを見つけたのです。これをあなたに。いえ、やはりもう少し後にいたしましょう。私自身も今の状況を受け入れるのにしばしの時間をいただき。途中でお前がいないことに感づいたのか、俺たちの型に召喚される幻体が減ってな、早々に決着をつけてこっちに来たんだ。よく頑張った。
お疲れ様。
I'm just kind of skimming these to see if there's any
いろいろなことがあったのだろうけど、君の無事だってとても大事なことだよ。
Okay. I think we are now pretty good to go. The biggest difference is that this time I actually have fucking caffeine. Ugh.
あ、オレオさん、もう大丈夫でしょうか？その怪我とかも。
But yeah, honestly, I don't think Elidibus's Japanese voice is bad. Like, the performance is phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. It's just that the tone sounds weird. Like, the performance itself is great. It's the type of voice that was chosen sounded a little bit off. But the acting is fucking phenomenal. Are you okay? You hurt
こち
or
らは全員無事です。
we're all
手分
okay?
けして確認してきましたが、町の方にも被害は出ていませんでした。
We all split up and checked around the town, but there's no there's like no damage to anybody in the city. And nobody got hurt. City wasn't damaged.
空もこの通り、他の地域でも流星雨の幻影は消えていると思います。
As you can see, the meteor showers, the illusion of the meteor showers is gone. I think it must be gone everywhere else as well.
まるで何もかも闇を取り戻した直後の穏やかだった日々に戻ったみたいな。でも、
It's like everything is, back to those, peaceful days right after the darkness returned. But, okay. That's all I needed to be able to then actually go in and get the new game plus for those cutscenes. So, how exactly do we want to do this? Patch was saying something about wanting to do minimum eye level no echo. Or no transcendence, rather. Which would be funny. My inventory is in fucking shambles. I'm not going to fix it. It bothers all of you more than it bothers me, I'm sure. It bothers me a lot, actually.
時間は先にしか進まない。だから私は信じたいです。前よりも今はもっと幸せな結末に近づいてるって。
実は始皇帝の玉座から降りてくる際。
Okay, everybody else's dialogue seems to be right about the same. Let me see if Patch is around. Ah, damn. Unfortunate. Okay, I'll just put up a, I'll just put up Party Finder real quick then. Password 0420 as always. Yeah, I mean, I do not remember basically anything that happened in this fight. Literally all I remember is the, like, red and blue mechanic that apparently triggers even if you're doing auto attacks. Oh, dude, Xanamar Jolbear. That one was ridiculous. If you don't know what he's talking about, we were in, the Metaphor stream in comparison to, the Final Fantasy XIV streams. Metaphor is basically not translated. You know, this game is like a full-on rewrite. Metaphor is like an intern who barely speaks Japanese was given Google Translate and 5 minutes. The game makes no sense in a large portion of situations. But yeah, since we're just like, you know, I'm just got the Party Finder thing going up right now. They get to a point where they say like, oh, you know, the place is really packed, so there's clearly not any good rooms left in town. Jolbear. The English literally said there's no upper rooms left available because the kanji there for Joel, as in like good, is up. And literally you say that in English too, you say like high quality, high class. The word high does not refer to elevation. But they just translated it to like upper, higher up. You know, there's another instance of a character being motion sick. And so they use the phrase yotta, which in Japanese can mean to be drunk, but also means motion sick. And they translated it, of course, to I feel like I'm drunk. It's like, bro, he's motion sick. It's very clearly motion sickness. Like, we've seen some amount of that level of fuck-up in 14. You know, like the, two souls line. The fairy saying, like, I would remember these two's souls, and, like, I would remember these two's souls from anywhere. When instead they were talking about Lin having two souls. Like, that's a pretty basic just fuck up. Metaphor has like 1 to 2 of those a scene, if not more. Just like basic fundamental Japanese 101 fuck ups. It is ridiculous. It's just hilarious. And then they try and cover it up a little bit by having their writing team come in and make people talk in like fake British. By saying things like bippets and boppets and other such total nonsense. It's great. Oh no, yeah, the Metaphor translation is, if anybody is like praising that translation, they don't speak Japanese. It is embarrassing. And I'm saying that as, like, I fucked up like crazy last stream. The difference, though, is that I recognize, like, hey man, I'm like half asleep, I barely recognize what's going on, I'm gonna go back over that and fix it. They just go, I didn't understand anything here. Whatever, I guess it's fine. It's pretty ridiculous. I'm trying to think of what to do, because it seems as though everybody who would normally group up for a party here is currently preoccupied. I don't know if I would want to just DC... Like, I don't really want to DC. It would be fun to do it for real. But also, I don't want to be here just sitting around forever. Yeah, I would say metaphor is... Oh, you can't? Oh, because it's gonna be, yeah, 8-man. True. Metaphor is fantastic, but the translation is just really hack amateur. And... like, you miss a lot of the story info. Like, a lot of the story. That in all of the tone is completely wrong, but, like, you know, that's a thing that usually comes up when, translation discussion is brought up. Like, people focus in on tone instead of story content very heavily. And don't get me wrong, like, the tone in this game is completely fucked, and the tone in Metaphor is also completely fucked. The characters just don't talk in the faux medieval British accents that they give everybody, because for some fucking reason American translation teams just decided that fantasy equals British. But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that the story is just incorrect. Like, that's the real issue. And it's also far, far more difficult to actually dispute. You know, you can say like, oh, well, actually, I think that the style of speech makes sense for the period that they're intending to go with, and blah, blah, blah. But you really can't dispute that they just, like, got rid of, you know, shitotarumono and all of the shit that the Asians were saying in ARR. Like, all of that is very much so factual. Like, that's just missing information. Yeah, let me see if I've actually got access to the, these cutscenes now. Damn, that's a lot of cutscenes. Okay, we can go through some of these cutscenes up to the, up to the point where the fight actually starts, because I was fucking out of it all the way. I think this was more or less straightforward, though. Yeah, no, this one was more or less straightforward. You know, just saying, go. I wanted to go on an adventure with you. You know, you gotta bring me with you next time. Rahatea is a massive fanboy. Yeah. This is one that I was just very out of it for. Hopefully it isn't full-on auto-skipping. Okay. Man, this feels weird. So, to describe this... To describe this, I can remember my thought process and, like, mental processing speed from last time versus now. Oh, that feels odd. But, あり得た未来の記憶 is interesting because this is I don't know if you can really do this in English, but it's like, he's specifically saying, like a real memory of the future. Yeah, I've got the party finder up. For Warrior of Light, aka Seed of Sacrifice.
これもまた過去と同じだ。移ろいゆく心の中で変わり、薄れ、消えていくだけ。
What nonsense. Just the same as it was in the past. Inside they're like, I guess you maybe even go with like fickle parts. It changes, fades, and finally vanishes.
私の中にも、あるいはこんなものがあったのだろうか。
It's like, but maybe, something like this was in me too at one point. At once. Ooh, somebody joined.
君に初めて姿を見せたのは、砂の家とかいう君たちの拠点でだったか。
First time seeing you was at the, that base of yours, the House of Sand.
闇によった第七霊祭の影響が色濃かったあの頃、急激に活性化したエオルゼアの地には、ともすれば再び闇を激化しかねない問題ばかりが転がっていた。
Okay, yeah, that's at that time, the 7th disaster, like, caused by darkness. Okay, in Eorzea, following the 7th disaster caused by darkness, like, yet more issues arose that could, intensify the dark yet further.
故に調停者たる私は君に近づいた。あの時はいい駒になることを期待していたのだ。
Man, it is so funny how much the title 調停者 really mattered. This had to have been a thing that people talk about in the English version, where it's like, why does he talk about being an emissary? How does this make sense with him being an emissary? Or what, did people not even think about that? I don't know. Therefore, I, as mediator, approached you. At that time, I hoped you would have been, like, proven a good pawn. Think emissary fits fine? But it's explicitly, the phrase is arbitrator, mediator, somebody who maintains the balance, somebody who, like, is neutral. It's supposed to be a neutral third party. Which is also why he's constantly, the other Asians are like, oh, he's just being a mediator, he's playing both sides. He's trying to keep the balance. Emissary is just not what that means.
その私の見込みの甘さがラハブレアをエメトセルクを失わせた。
Like, I do like, you know, like my naive hope led to La Habrea and Emmett Salk's deaths.
私はもはや最後のオリジナルだ。所詮はなり損ないである天
I'm
性
now
組だけでは
the last
真な
original.
る人の悲願は達成できないだろう。
Those failures, the reincarnators cannot, like, achieve our goals. Cannot achieve the goals of true humanity.
ゆえに私は負けられない。
But that's not what an emissary is, though, Zandavar. Like, that's
ゾディアークを復活
that's
させ
literally just not what
その
an
召喚に
emissary
捧げられ
is.
た命を地上に呼び戻すのだ。
Yeah, it's... I would... Like, the thing is that I don't want to be anywhere... I don't actually want to talk to Koji Fox in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't want to be in the same room as the guy. But I would love to know secondhand why him or some other moron on the team decided that Cho Taesha was emissary. It would be really wonderful to know their thought process or lack thereof. So, I cannot fail here. I will kill you where you stand, or you will fall here and now. I will resurrect Zodiark and return all those who were lost upon his summoning back to this world. Return the
これ
lives.
から何千何万年かかろうとも14人委員会が調停者エリディブスが成し遂げてみせる。
That previous line from Elidibus is actually pretty interesting from a sentence standpoint. Well, I mean, obviously it's going to translate it as mediator. Like, that's just... There is no way to get emissary from Choteisha. It just doesn't exist. You know, in the same way that an MTL wouldn't translate ice cream as hot dog. It's just two different words. But this is that line, the これから何千何万年かかろうとも12委員会が調停者エリディブスが成し遂げてみせる。All of that whole first section is all just modifying 調停者, which makes it a bit of a pain in the ass. And so you might even want to kind of mess with that a little bit to... You know, he's saying, like, you know, man, I can't even formulate that in English. That's so weird. Because it's just like, you can't modify a noun that way. This might be kind of like a third person thing, honestly. Like, I'm saying, like, the duty of the mediator of the Committee of 14 Like the 1,000-year long, like the 1,000-year long, you know, work of the Committee of 14's mediator, Eldibus, will be complete. Something along those lines. Like, you know, he says like tens of thousands of years, so I don't really know how you might say like millennia spanning or something along those lines. Must be some sort of reason why he's still standing, even if he himself can't remember. You really worry too much? No. You just really take quite a lot of pride in that seat, in that position, don't you, Eldibus? Jeez. That... Wow, okay, this feels very weird. I was so half asleep that I literally didn't even understand what the point of that flashback was the last time. That's how fucking half asleep I was. That's all people who are dead. Bro. Like, my eyes were so glazed over last time, I was like, huh? What's going on? Huh? And then I just immediately forgot about it. Holy shit. This feels very weird. And they won't... They're gone. There's no one left for you to mediate for. No, there's no more arguments, there's no more debates, they're all gone.
Ha! それが何だと言うんだ。一人であろうが計画を成し遂げられさえすれば構わない。
It's like, you know, how ridiculous. Like, you know, what does that matter? You know, I might be alone, but as long as I can accomplish the like, as long as the plan can be completed, none of that matters. I am Eldibus, the means by which humanity in this world can proceed down the right path. I promised to be that I promised. Who? Yeah, that's like I promised to be that I promised. Who did I promise that? What did I say? You know, what did I pledge? He just doesn't even know.
お前たちなり損ないの英雄たちが物語ってきたじゃないか。世界を救うのには苦しみも悲しみも伴うのだと。
This sort of pain is nothing. It says you know, it's like, as all of you failed heroes have proven, saving the world comes hand in hand with suffering and pain.
あらゆるものを失い、時に命までかけなければならなかった。それでも役目を背負い続けることの最後まであがくことの何が悪い。
Even being willing to lose my life.
確かに。
So why shouldn't I see this to the end?
だが自分にとって大切なものを忘れたりはしなかった。
I never forgot that which was important
そ
to
れで
me.
こそ進んだんだ。
That's how.
だから
That's why I kept moving forward. Given what we know was his promise to the committee or Azem, I mean, he said, he was specifically talking about the seat, and he was referring to the position of Elidibus as basically a third, in a, like, third-person perspective. In fact, he used the term, like, hold up. Cool. Like, yeah, cool. 私はエリディブス人と、星とがまさしく進むための機構。そうあると約束。Like, that 機構 is like mechanism. Means. It's a very weird sentence that you would probably have to workshop pretty heavily to make it work more, effectively in English. But he's, you know, the literal gloss there is like, I am Elidibus, the mechanism. Like, the mechanism created for humanity and the world to proceed down the right path. It's like his existence is to facilitate that as mediator. So you'd really have to clean that up. And said, and it's so aruto. It's a weird use of aru as well. Toyakusoku. It's like that is what I have promised to be. Promised. And then he, you know, trails off. And then he, in the Japanese, he does say, like, you know, who did I make, like, who did I make that promise to? What did I pledge? What did I say? I don't know. Yeah, actually, they do literally use the term, he says, Dare ni nani o, tsukatta. Which is, like, that, chikau is to pledge, to take an oath. He says, yakusoku, he said, I promised to be that. But then he does say, like, what did I pledge? What was my oath? And then you say, here you have nothing left to fight for, no goal. It's all finished.
いや、まだ終わりになどするものか。
Tsurumonoka is so cool. It's no. Like, I can't let it end. It's not even like I can't let it end like this. I can't let this end. Hear my call, heroes of all worlds, those who rage at fate, take up arms for your salvation. A world without... Yeah, a world free from sorrow awaits. Wish, pray, for all, that all may be saved. If you would bring our end, I shall resist. In the name of those, like, the failed heroes who have continued to strive. Come face me. Like you who have taken on the mantle of darkness. Okay. This is the one that threw me. That one's Azem's crystal. This is a record of, like, one who was close to me, who connected the stars upon the earth. I am going to need to go back through it. I'm at least grabbing these with the clipboard monitor. 14th seat. Their name. Awesome. Okay. They actually give me a pause here. So, also, to explain this, I was, again, so half asleep that I remembered the crystal being brought out, and I was like, oh, that's Azem's crystal. And so then when fucking Emmett Silk shows up in the next one, I was just like, oh, that's Azem's crystal. I remember they showed Azem's crystal. Huh? Wait, what's going on? Oh, no. I was that fucking... God, man. It's ridiculous. But, okay, let me grab those Elodibus lines again. Because those, they're tight. They're tight. Kotae o. Like, Aroniku sekai no eiyu tachi. Yeah, that's like, hear my call, heroes of all worlds. Unmei ni ikidomaru, fukui no tame ni buki o torushi mono tachi o. Like, you who rage against fate, take up arms for salvation. Or like, you who rage against fate and take up arms that all may, like, take up arms for salvation. Because that's all of it is modifying, mono. Waga iku michi no saki ni motsu wa hanashimi naki sekai. Yeah, what awaits is a world without sadness. So, now, pray, wish for all to, like, that all may be saved. That's tight. お前が哀れをもたらさんとするなら、私はそれに抗う. Him using 抗 is so tight here. Yeah, okay. So that's, if you would bring about an end, then I will resist. And honestly, with this, and especially with a lot of the other verbiage he uses, I would be totally fine with having him swap to, like, using shall and stuff here. Like, if you would bring about the end, then I shall resist. I shall resist, oppose, rebel. 惨めにも 無様にもなお戦い続けんとしたなり損ないの英雄たちウォリアー・オブ・ライトの名を持つ。Like, I will take up the name of those, like, the heroes of the failures. Like, who fought on. Ah, 惨めにも、無様にも。It's like for who, like, despite their faults, despite their like, despite their pathetic nature, continued to fight. Soba da. Yami naru no. Nade yobare shimonoi. Yeah, it's just like, you know, come, like, fight. Like, like, servant of darkness, maybe. You know, he's saying, like, you are darkness, you must be destroyed, kind of. Inochi no kagiri. There was a missing line here, but it's like, yeah, that's the like, the memories, the records of the, like, beloved one who, like, connected the stars upon the earth are recorded here, or like, come to fruition here. The 14th seat, Azem. Ancient, though, and there's no, like, Heidelin's presence is nowhere to be found. What are you?
いや、いかなるものであれ、打ち果たしてみせよう。私のすべてが擦り切れたとて、
Whatever you are,
この剣は収めるものか。
I will cut you down. Yeah, whatever you may be, I will cut you down. Like, even if it destroys me, like, body and soul, I shall not, like, drop this blade. Isn't it the second time someone's asked what we are? It's like the 4th or 5th. I'm just gonna check and see if we need to do the actual fight first. Oh, this is literally the intro to the fight. Okay. Crap. Let me go back through the, The real, cool line... Hold up, let me, the like, big, iconic line. The big iconic line, let me see if I can find it. The actual JP for it. What even is, like, here, let me see if I can find the English for it, too. Yeah, there we go. The English is, what, to me, warriors of light, I am salvation given form, mankind's first hero, and his final hope. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. The Japanese for this one is actually sick as hell. And it's also, like, the vocabulary being used is really archaic and fucked. To the point where I'm not even really... I would need to hear the reading again to know what the pronunciation for some of these. I'm assuming it's... Like, this has to be Q. Like, it's Q suredo. Hai sezu. Suredo is already kind of ridiculous. So, Q suredo hai sezu. Ware koso ga daichi no tsukui. Saisho no eiyu to... eiyu ni shite. Saigo no hangyakusha. Saigo no hangyakusha is not his last hope. It's fucking tight. The thing here is that this reads as, like, borderline fucking biblical. This sounds pretty much like scripture, almost. To me, at least. You know, this is very, like, you know, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. Or, you know, like, though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this I will be confident. It's stuff like that. And so, a good TL for this line, or at least the best that I could attempt, is this should be something along the lines of, like, though my way be wrought with peril, I shall not fall. Like, though darkness fall about me, I shall not waver. I alone am salvation, the first hero leading the final rebellion. Something like that. Because Hangyakusha on its own, like, the first hero and the final rebel, is it doesn't sound good in English. And this is a case where in localization you might want to actually add another, that second line for, the sake of flow, to make it kind of feel like what it's supposed to feel like in Japanese, because a thing is that in large part due to the influence of, waka. Like, literally, Japanese poetry being very constrained and having the, you know, being very short phrases. When you see something in Japanese, like, kyusuredo hai sezu, that's literally, what, 7 characters? Yeah, that's like... Yeah, that's 7 characters. But in Japanese, that reads as giga fancy. You know, that reads like poetry. And so, in English, it's sort of the opposite, where in order to match that level of, like, archaic style fancy prose, you would probably need to go longer. But you would need to go longer in a way that matches. And so, to me at least, and this might just be my own personal bias, but to me that reads as something like, you know, though my way be wrought with peril, I shall not fall. And then for the sake of flow, you might add in that second line or leave it out. You know, the actual literal is like, though in peril unlosing. Like, I am the greatest salvation. You know, first hero, final rebel. But like, you know, if you were to go with, like, though my way be wrought with peril, I shall not fall. I alone am salvation. The first hero leading the final rebellion. It sounds a bit too short in English, to be completely honest. So I do think you might want to add that second line to make it read in the same way. But, you know, again, that's me, and that is like that would be a fairly large addition. But, you know, to me at least, the Japanese line has a lot of really fucking sick gravitas. But I mean, you compare that to the English that's just, to me, warriors of light, I am salvation given form, mankind's first hero, and his final hope. One, whenever you're referring to, like, mankind in that way, it should be her. It should be, like, mankind's first hero and her final hope in that situation, because that's just kind of the way that, like, classical English plurals go like that. But also, people don't really do that. It would be, like, its final hope, probably. You wouldn't, like, add gender to that. That's weird. You know, you add, like, a collective gender to something like a nation. You know, like, you could say America, you know, her freedoms, her borders, or whatever, right? That's the thing that you can do. But not for humanity. That just sounds odd. But also, just, how fucking cool is it that they're using the actual, expansion title there in a way that actually works? Like, I just can't get over how tight 最初の英雄にして最後の反逆者 is. Oh, it's just fucking awesome. And his whole, like, summoning line. Actually, I'm curious, what exactly, you know, we got time, like, let me see what they did for those. Like, you know, his lines about, like, to me, heroes of all worlds, like, you who take up arms in the name of salvation. Oh, no. Okay. This is pretty much like, this is pretty prime territory for... This is good timing to go back over these, actually. Because we just did that, that cutscene. But here... Okay. Let's see. What of it? I have my mission. I am Eldibus. It is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. That just doesn't sound right. No, he said this, it should be I promised. And also it's like I am Eldibus, like the means by which mankind, this world, like, may stay on their course. It's not necessarily for I am salvation itself. It's more of two separate sentences. Like, like here. Yeah, there's a comma there between kyusuredo hai sezu. It's kyusuredo hai sezu, comma. Ware koso ga daiichi no tsukui. And the sezu there is... It's like through peril unbreaking. Through peril, like, never defeated. He's, you know... It's him taking on the mantle of the Warrior of Light, and this is sort of his understanding of what a Warrior of Light is. Someone who is up against the odds. You know, the odds are stacked against them, but they just don't lose. The symbol of salvation itself. Rebel. Angyaksha. Like one who rages against fate. I really like rage there as well. It's sort of been... It's very unfortunate that that poem got memed so heavily due to its usage in Interstellar. But, you know, Rage Against the Dying of the Light is actually very... It is fantastic. Okay, but I am Eldibus, it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. No, it's... I promised. We spoke and I swore. What did I? No, he says, who? Like, who did I swear? Like, who did I speak to? What did I swear? Huh? This pain, this torment, it is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doomed. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Wait, what? Wait a second. What is that even... What does that even track to? Wait, what is this line in Japanese? Oh, wait a second. That's... なりそうないの英雄たちが物語ってきたじゃないか. Wait, so they just didn't translate the thing of him saying, like... Yeah, you just didn't translate the thing of him saying, like, you know, this is what you... Like, you failures, like, you heroes have shown that to save the world goes hand in hand with pain and suffering. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life. Huh? 最後まであがくことの何が悪い? You bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent? Okay, hold up. I need to make sure that I've got these lines in order. This doesn't really make sense. Hold up. This just kind of doesn't make any damn sense. What is this man talking about? What is my man talking about? Oh, okay. That's alright. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life. あらゆるものを失い、時に命まであげなければならなかった。Like, yeah. Even if you lose all that matters to you, even if... It's more like... You know, you lose everything that matters to you, even... Like, even your own life. Or like, even my own life, really. それでも役目を背負い続けることの最後まであがくことの何が悪い You bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent. That's not as cool as 何が悪い That's not as cool as 何が悪い It's like... That's more like what shame is there in, like, fulfilling your duty until the bitter last. I honestly don't necessarily mind, like, kicking and screaming, but it's more like 最後まであがくことの. Like, that's more like clawing your way to complete your duty. We've lost much more, no unimaginable suffering, yada yada. Okay, so I want to get to the actual line. No, it will not end here. For... まだ終わりなどするものか. It's not... It will not end here. It's more like, I can't let it end this way. Or, I can't let it end here. You know, it's more personal. Tsurumonoka here is more personal. And then, champions... Oh, fuck off. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time has come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection, as the warrior of light incarnate... Come, warrior of darkness, let us finish this. Okay, this is lame. 答えよ。あまねく世界の英雄たち。It's so much cooler here as... Like, answer, or honestly, like, hear my call. Hear my call is fine, but... Heroes of all worlds. And then they just completely... Wait, they just completely got rid of... 運命に憤り That's so cool! 運命に憤り救いのために武器を取りし者たちよ Like... Compare the time has come to deliver your brethren from darkness to, Like, you who, like, ye or you who rage against fate, who take up arms in the name of salvation. That's he's defining what a hero is. The first line is saying, "Hear my call, heroes of all worlds." The second line is defining what a hero is, which is, you know, "Hear my call, heroes of all worlds, you who rage at fate and take up arms in the name of salvation." The specifically, 運命に憤り. Like, that is such a cool term. It's like, it is rage, anger. Like, you who, you know, defy fate. You are filled with anger, rage at fate. And rise up to defy it. Which also sets up the whole, you know, Hangyakusha thing. My heart, soul desire is a world free from sorrow. I mean, he says, 我が行く道の先に持つは悲しみなき世界. But that's like, at the end of the path that I travel lies a world without sorrow. But in English, you would probably just say, like, you don't say, like, my heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. You would probably say, like, I shall lead us to a world without sorrow. Or, like, you know, what awaits is a world without sorrow. You could even just say what awaits is a world without sadness, a world without sorrow. さあ、祈り、願え、我らがすべてを救わんと。Like, wait, and they just said, like, join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. That's just not nearly as cool as 救わんと. Like, and he also doesn't say join me, he's saying, like, I mean, he says, 我らがすべてを救わんと. Kind of, but I would probably just say, like, now, hope, pray, that all may be saved. You, like, this, 我らがすべてを救わんと. You would probably just translate this to, that all may be saved. Like, here, we can workshop this, like... You can say, like, the path that I lead. Like, the path that I travel leads to a world without sorrow. Or, I mean, I still just, like, you know, what awaits is a world without sorrow. Now, hope, pray, that all may be saved. Versus, for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. お前が終わりをもたらさんとするなら、私はそれに抗う。I don't necessarily, like, usher here either. It's like, I would be fine with saying, like, if thou would bring about the end. Or if thou would bring about an end. I would say the end. I would say, honestly, for this, 抗う. 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 I'd probably say, like, then I shall resist. Honestly, you could say, like, if that would bring about an end, then I shall stand in defiance. I like that. I like that more, like, stand in defiance. Museum Animal, yeah, that's the Warrior of Light. It's not Warrior of Light incarnate, it's no Molte. That's take up the name of the mantle. Also, where is Patch? Where is Patch? Actually, I mean, we can go back through a little bit more of these. Actually, there's some of these, some of the earlier lines from Elidibus are also... Yeah, this is pretty silly. This is pretty silly. Also, there's a thing at the end of this one that bothers me fairly immensely. So. Memories of a possible future. Worthless all, worthless as memories of the only past. Huh? Faded to fray and fade into oblivion. That doesn't really make sense. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The waking sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours. The seventh rejoining had left the realm, listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Okay. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. That doesn't make sense. I know I'm hitting on this a lot, but it literally just doesn't make sense. You might as well just, like, you just replace that with anything and it's gonna be equal. Like, thus did I approach you in my emissary as hot dog salesman. Whatever, man. It doesn't fucking matter. Yo, what's up, Dag? We're waiting to, we're waiting for Patch to come back so we can do the actual trial, but, we're also going back over some of the lines. There's some, like, really interesting stuff when he goes, you know, when Elidibus starts talking in the super, like, archaic Warrior of Light mode. And they just got rid of most of it. Like, when they actually had a chance to do... When they actually had a chance to go all out on fancy speech, they just don't take it. But yeah, emissary. I was wrong, and for my misstep did La Habre and Emet-Selch pay the ultimate price. He didn't say I was wrong, he said, you know... He said that his naive hope led to Emet-Selch and La Habre's deaths. leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. No, he called them Narisokonai. He isn't even calling them brethren. He just said straight up, the reincarnators are useless failures. They cannot possibly take up the mantle of the cause of true humans. He's way more harsh. They're not brethren. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I'll resurrect Lord Zodiarch. He probably shouldn't say Lord Zodiarch. If he's part of Zodiarch, he just said Zodiarch. He didn't even say Zodiarch. Zodiarch. Does he even say Zodiarch-sama? No, he just says Zodiarch. He really should not be saying Lord Zodiarch. Well, actually, that's a thing that they say they say that in the Japanese too. He says like, "Yue ni watashi wa makerarenai. Koko de omae o taosu. Zodiac o fukkatsu sase. その召喚に捧げられた命を地上に、呼び戻すため、呼び戻すのだ." So, I mean, he does say fukkatsu, but in this case, fukkatsu is. Yeah, I know. That's the one that I'm hanging there. It's not resurrect. It's not resurrect. It doesn't map one-to-one to resurrect. It's not like yomigaeru. Is that the word that I'm thinking of? Am I tripping? Yeah, it's not yomigaeru. Yomigaeru would be way more like brought back to life. Resurrect here is not really accurate. It's more like restore. Like, Zodiarch will be restored. And the lives given for its summoning will be returned to this world. It should be restore. Not resurrect. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done. But also, the line here, "You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession," is completely opposite? Like, that's completely opposite of the actual line. The actual line was, 本当にお前は心配性。いや。Wait, is this just za? Or is it... It's not seki. Is this read as seki? Or is it just za? I'm tripping. に、誇りを持ってるのだな、エリディブス。It should be seki. Like, this is a more... That isn't "you worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession." They're talking to him with like a very affectionate tone. 本当にお前は心配性。いや、その席に誇りを持ってるのだな、エリディブス。That is like the sort of thing that you would say to like a kid almost. It's affectionate. The 持っているのだな? It's not like a warning or something, it's like you really worry too much. No, you're just really proud of that, you know, of your seat, your duty, aren't you, Elidibus? It's affectionate. It's not, this dedication to your duty verges on obsession. It's not like a warning or anything like that. It's, I don't know why they just keep getting rid of affectionate lines like this. And since we're still waiting for... Oh wait, the party finder is done? Shit. Shit. Okay, there we go. Yo, what up? So, the other line that I'm interested in here is at the end. Elidibus. Sola. It would be nice if we can save a slot for patch, because, well, I don't know how long patch is gonna be, but it would be nice. そうだ。私は好きだったんだ。彼らのことが。Yeah, okay. Let's see. We're gonna run into this afterwards. I'm gonna go back over it, but you don't really get much time. You know, so let's check this out here. This is a line that I was these ones were really nice in the Japanese. This, yes, I would become him. I would save everyone. This I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the Tsar, a rare occurrence, always fleeting, but not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation, Elidibus, I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiark for them, my people, my brothers, my friends. Stay strong, keep the faith. At duty's end we will meet again. We will, we will. The rains have ceased and we have been graced with another beautiful day, but you are not here to see it. Huh? Huh? Wait, what? Huh? I'm confused. I'm just... Yo, Matt, would you be able to hop in if we need one more? This is a bit scuffed. Okay. Yeah, let's... While we're waiting for patch. Yeah, so this is...そうだ。ゾディアクになれば、みんなを救えると思って。けれど、なった後にも、仲間たちの嘆きが聞こえたんだ。Wait, huh? Yeah, okay. I would become him, capital H. Okay. That doesn't make much sense. He said, I thought that if I became Zodiark, I would save everyone, but when I did, I could hear everyone's screams of pain. Like everyone's screaming out in pain. 世界の行く末についてたくさんの意見が出た。そんなことは珍しいから、委員会のみんなが悩んでいた。Like, I mean, everyone being divided over the course, the trajectory of the world. It was strange. Everyone was worried. だったら、エリディブスが手助けしに行かないと、そう思ってゾディアークからこぼれ落ちたんだ。いや、そう、こぼれ落ちたんだ。That is like a one-line thing. Reconciliation. No, they just, they don't say it. So... Ooh. Like, they just assume that you already know that Elidibus is a mediator, right? Everybody is divided, everybody's confused, so, like, therefore, Elidibus needs to come and help. Right? It falls to Elidibus to help them all. And that's why I, like, fell out of Zodiark. Like, kobore ochita n da. It isn't withdrew myself from Zodiark, it's like a stumbling. Like, you know, the pull of hearing everybody needing the help of the mediator just kind of caused him to pull out and just fall out of Zodiark. Separate from? Yeah, fell out is corny, but I mean, it's... Kobore ochiru is... I don't know, I do kind of want to keep some form of, like, the awkward, like... borderline involuntary... meaning there, you know? Oh, come on. They just say soul. Yeah, okay, so this line here is my people, my brother, my brothers, my friends. The Japanese is soul. 私は好きだったんだ。彼らのことが。Like, that's way more emotional. I mean, I think here you kind of just have to go with, like, that's right, I loved them. All of them. You kind of have to go with, like, a sentimental, emotional statement of love. there. And this is another case where the, you know, in Japanese they say ski. I think that this is pretty clearly a case where ski is taking the place of I. You know, like, it would sound weird if he said aishita here. Like, that would sound a little bit weird, but in English you kind of have to use the word love. But they just kind of don't do that here. Like, they just have him say a single line with no particular emotional sentiment other than calling them friends. Like, my people, my bro... Like, it doesn't really make sense because he's been calling them his friends in the committee, like, the whole time. 役目をやり遂げたら、もう一度見られると思っていたんだよ。彼らの幸せそうな笑顔を。Stay strong, keep the faith, at duty's end we will meet again. We will, we will. What? So they just completely changed this line. This line is just completely 100% rewritten. This line in Japanese is, I thought if I fulfilled my duty, I would be able to see them again. Or it's like I would be able to see it once more. All of their smiling faces. The line here is もう一度見られると思っていたんだよ. And the thing that he would be able to see one more time is 彼らの幸せそうな笑顔を. It's emotional. Again, I don't know why they got rid of this. Like, stay strong, keep the faith, at duty's end we will meet again. No. No. Hold up, is this just like the wrong line? No, this is the same line. What? This doesn't make sense at all. This is just like, this is a full ridiculous rewrite. Like, hold up. What? I had to like double check several times to make sure that these two lines in Japanese are supposed to be the same two last lines in the English. And they are. Somehow. Like... what? The rains have ceased and we have been graced with another beautiful day, but you are not here to see it. Versus... okay, so let's take that from the top. Stay strong, keep the faith, at duty's end we will meet again, we will, we will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day, but you are not here to see it. The actual lines are, I thought that if I fulfilled my duty, I'd be able to see it once again. They're, like, happy, smiling faces. I mean, you would probably just say, like, their smiling faces, instead of putting in the 幸せそうな笑顔. The 幸せそう is kind of implied already in English with smiling face. And then... 私が最後に残ったって仕方ないじゃないか. Like, Dak, what would you do for this last line? Because that, like, the last line here in Japanese is, like, fucking heartbreaking. I'm trying to remember the voice acting for it, but I think it was like, it's, you know, an upward inflection, like... Like, it's just resignation. Any sort of shikatanai is really hard, but I mean, I think you would probably have to say something like for me to be here at the end, all alone. I guess that's just how it had to be. The roles have been reversed, Dak. Now you're half asleep and I'm actually awake. Haha! Complete different from last time. Could make it a little more explicit and add in a tragic. Yeah, because I mean, that, like, 私が最後に残ったって。I don't know, I kind of like it just being resigned. Like, you know, at the end of all of it, you know, I guess I was just always going to end up here all alone. You know, for me being the only one left. I mean, yeah, you could say, like, alone at the end of it all. It was inevitable, wasn't it? I kind of like... You could go with that, but you could... I kind of like... I guess that's just how it had to be. For... Shikatanai janai ka. Like, shikatanai janai ka is more casual than the things that he's been saying before. Like... He's not using any fancy terminology, he's not saying anything like... He's not making any sort of grand statement, it's just giving up. You know, you don't say it as much in English, but shikatanai is... It's a bit of a meme in translation, right? You know, it can't be helped. But shikatanai is said a ton. It really... Yeah, it is a modern sounding line. Like, and we'll get to it when you get to it, but I'm pretty sure it's like shikatanai janai ka. You know that sort of like upward inflection. I mean, it's not quite just like... It kind of, but... It's more of a... You know, you hear it in English, too. Like, when people are like... You know, if somebody says, like, of course that's how this would all end. Like, why wouldn't it just end like this, right? You know, of course it would all go to shit. Why wouldn't it? You know, like, the way that you say that can make it different. Like, if somebody said, you know, of course it would all go to shit, why wouldn't it? That's more like angry, but it's just like, if somebody said, of course it would all go to shit, why wouldn't it? You know, with that little list at the end, that comes off as more like... Is the word that I'm looking for, sardonic? Yes. Kind of. Like, fatalistic. Almost. 笑いなさい. Yeah, I mean, I understand the intent that they went with there then, to do a callback of saying, the rains have ceased and we have all been graced with another beautiful day, but you are not here to see it. But it actually just kind of reads as hacky. Like, it's so much more powerful and so much more impactful. Like, why would he say that out loud? To nobody. Like, who is he even saying it to? You know, his last two lines are to himself. Both lines are to himself. He's not talking to you, he's not talking to his friends, both of them are to himself. Like, well, actually, no, like, all of the last lines. You know, 私は好きだったんだ。彼らのことが。All of this is to himself. He's, you know, finally remembering things, and he's talking to himself. You know, making these final statements about why he was doing what he was doing, and how he felt about the people who were closest to him. Presumably, in the end, those last two lines are addressed to his friends in his imagination, but it's so lame. Like, making that sort of grand monologue at the end there is so much less impactful than these, like, simple emotional statements. And this is supposed to contrast with the, you know, highly stylized, highly fantastical things that he was saying as the Warrior of Light. And he's quite literally made small. He takes on this very small, like, childish form, and starts talking no longer as, like, the big, grand Elidibus or the Warrior of Light, but as this person who is now just talking about, you know, his actual motivations and his actual feelings. It's an intentional visual metaphor, as well, of being small. You know, he's not standing tall and delivering this great sweeping monologue. He's curled up and talking to himself. You know, including the whole thing of him saying, like, I withdrew myself from Zodiac for them, versus saying, like, you know, I heard them, like, they were worried, they didn't know what to do, and so you know, Elidibus needed to go and save them. You know, Elidibus needed to go and help them. So, you know, he kind of found himself stumbling sort of out of Zodiac. Like, you could say, like, you know, I pulled myself out of Zodiac or something. Like, you know, the visual metaphor I'm kind of thinking of is, if you remember the, like, EVA 2.22, you know, of, Shinji just, like, swimming through and, like, pushing on the membrane to get out of the EVA, you know, kind of breaking through. It's that sort of visual that you get for, Zodiac kara kobore ochitanda. It's not like a clean break, it's not a pretty separation, it's the part of himself that was still aware of his previous, role and duty was just pulled out. You know, he's there in Zodiac in some capacity, and he hears, you know, his friends in need and just starts pulling out. And then he sort of, you know, falls out, stumbles out, and now he's just here as Elidibus again. I kind of wish that they had done more of a, I wish we had a bit more time with Elibis, because I think that you could have done a very interesting sequence with, you know, you go along with Yashtol or somebody to figure out exactly how he broke out of Zodiark, and you confront him with that here. That would have been a bit more interesting to me than having this one-line explanation, because it is literally like a one-line explanation of how he managed to do this. But, I mean, honestly, it is a bit of a writing trick, but just using the raw emotional impact of saying, だったら、エリリブスが手助けしに行かないと。そう思って、ゾディアークからこぼれ落ちたんだ。You know, that doesn't actually really justify how he did that, but it's a good emotional impact. You know, it paints a good picture. But, I mean, I really just... These two lines at the end are one of the most egregious things in the entire game. Because... yeah, I mean, I can see that it being, this section coming out during COVID would lead to them accelerating stuff. You know, having to rush things a bit. But... you know, this really does just... kind of wrap up Elidibus's character and give him very sympathetic, you know, emotionally resonant, if you want to use that pretentious term, motivations. I can't really think of a better term for it. It lands, is what I'm saying. You know, that and the entire, like, Warrior of Light, you know, heed my call. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call thing. This one is a joke as well. We went over this earlier, but it is very funny. Just total nonsense. But yeah, when we actually do the, I wonder if they're afraid to make the villains emotionally relatable. I mean, they don't make anybody emotionally relatable. They've cut out the word love basically anytime it shows up. I think that they're just like, they're not particularly emotionally mature people. Basically every time it shows up, it's removed. Regardless of who's doing it. Patch is not responding. This whole thing was his idea. And it would be cool. Oh, you just got back. Yay. Huzzah. We saved you a spot. Yeah, the last thing. Also, I'll make you party lead so you can set stuff up, because I don't know how to do it. Was that, an invocation of Eld, though not of Heidelin's making. We went over this last time, but now I'm actually, like, lucid. This is still just... The distinction with this one is not as bad as him just, like, his, emotional lines just being completely removed. But it is sort of ridiculous. It's... like saying not of Heidelin's making versus there not being a trace of Heidelin's presence, influence. It's a pretty big deal. Like, even in this whole situation where you've got a character who is the core of Zodiark and managed to, like, pull himself out of Zodiark, they still are playing up the idols and, you know, primals, whatever they are, as being way more than they actually are. Like, them saying, I would become him, capital H. Instead of having him say, like, I thought that if I became Zodiark, I could help everybody. Why are they capitalizing these? Why are they capitalizing these like they're gods? 100% Himalayan. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. Himbuktu. Himon and Pumbaa. I got my DNA test back. Turns out I'm 100% Himalayan. Oh, I need to put the, party finder back up. Oh, wait. Patch, it's party finder 0/20. I think it's up? I think it's still available to get in. Yeah. Still in. Still available. Hop on in. And then I'll pass you lead. I don't see it. Oh. Okay. I can just, yeah, I ended it and then I can just send him a direct. There you go. How do I send lead? How do I give lead? Party leader. There we go. I think we're going in. Just hit escape. Okay. No moving for 3 seconds after 2. Okay. Let us begin. Yeah.
さあ最後の戦いだ。
フライトセーバー。I'm just gonna put on a regen then. I still got tagged. I wasn't fast enough, apparently. Ooh, okay. Right saber. Oh wait, shit. That's still ice. Fuck. Cord of light. I don't actually know what's going on. I'm just gonna follow. I'm just gonna follow that. Oh my. Let's. Yep. Ooh, just barely got that one off. Yeah, I thought I was, I thought I had stopped moving in time, but I guess it just wasn't quite quick enough. The second ice there was sneaky, though. The ice wave in the middle of the close range thing. Thankfully, these lines are actually going to be, saved in the event log. But I love that you can just literally mash any key, so I'm just going... I'm just literally face rolling my keyboard. Mash like a motherfucker. Okay. Raise the crystal of Azin. Doing it on keyboard is free. You literally just put both hands on the keys and just mash like 30 different keys.
そんな君がなぜ
君がなぜ
Yeah, dude, I was definitely just completely half asleep. I saw Crystal of Azem, and then my brain just turned off.
さあ集え光の戦士たちよ
Sick.
急すれど排せず
我こそ
我こそが第一の救い
Listen to this delivery.
最初の英雄にして最後の反逆者すべてに変えてこの手に勝利を
Sick.
お前を倒し私は進む
食らえ
I don't really remember if I should be doing this.
そちらもまた英雄か
だが
Gaga.
願いよ力とならん
Fire incoming. Oh. Or not.
立ちふさがる者すべてを断つ
Oh. Oh wait, shit. I forgot the whole, you still have to wait even after it goes off. Okay, let's just throw it on a Medica, because I don't really know what the hell's going on anymore. Same thing here. Not entirely sure what's going on. I'm really bad at keeping the dot up when there's
洗礼を持ってお前を超える
stuff going on screen.
我らにするは諦めを知らぬ者の名よ 侮るな限界などいくらでも超えてやる
Limit charge.
その身で受けよ
未来を開かんだ
Whenever there's a lot of healing that needs to be done there, I always end up drifting. It's this here, right? Okay. Ah, damn it, I don't have Swift Cast. Oop, ice, ice, ice. Wait, what do I do here? Oh, it's just he's going to be setting up ice with this one, right? So, let me see if I can... Oh, that's completely wrong. What do I even do here? Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like, yeah, okay. That's the setup. He shows you that he's storing it. Oh, wait, shit. Ooh, shit. I don't know when I can stop running. End all? God damn it, stop putting me on these forced movement strings. I don't know what to do. Hey, we did it. Nice.
諦めるものか我らの約束を
Yay. That actually feels like we did it. Yeah. How about you leave parties again? There you go. Okay. So now let me pull these Warrior of Light lines in the actual fight up. Yeah, it was like they say something about like transcending there. Right, it's like I will transcend you. Like, let me see where I can, let me see if I can find that in here. So, that's, さあ答え、光の戦士たちよ。I mean, to me, warriors of light. 愛すれど、窮すれどす、愛せず、お救い。お前を倒して、私は進む。くらえ。そちらもまた英雄か。だが、願いよ、力とならん。立ちふさがるもの、すべて立つ。Yeah, all that stands in our way will be cut down. You can say, like, you know, all that stands in our way will fall. 前例をもって、お前を超える。That's sick. 前例をもって、お前を超える。That's gonna be the I will transcend you. 我関するは、諦めを 知らぬもののなよ. Yo, that's tight. Wait, that's sick as fuck. I have no... How do you even translate that? 侮るな。限界など。いくらでも超えてやる。さえよ。未来を開かんがため. He uses the like かん、開かん、ならかん、like ならん。力とならん. Okay, these are tight. These are tight. That's gotta be the like I will transcend you line or whatever. It's like, you know, the negai o chikara to naran, like their dreams like will be my strength. All that stands before us shall fall. This is like, you know, I will transcend. Omae o koeru. That's not, like, technically inaccurate for him saying, I will transcend you, but it's a different usage of koeru here. Like, we've talked about this a lot because it's a word that shows up a ton in the game in general, but, koeru has a lot of different meanings. A lot? You know, even with the different kanji for it. Like, this specific kanji of koeru has a lot of different meanings. Here it means to surpass. Like, we've been translating it as transcendence when they're talking about things like transcending the language barrier. But, you know, you wouldn't call koeru chikara, like, surpassing. It just works out that in Japanese they can use koeru and koeru chikara as the same thing, but in English you kinda can't. You know, using transcend here feels a little bit weird. I mean, I would... it's kind of... Honestly, I might even say eclipse. But, you know, like with all of my being... Like, I shall eclipse you, or I shall surpass you. Transcending his limits. Like, the statement here, this line, before he does the limit break, is this... Kan? This has to be kan, right? There's no other reading for that? I'm not the biggest kanji knower. This line here. Here, I'll throw it in. Actually, I can't throw it in chat because for some reason OBS doesn't want me to do it. It's the one that I've got highlighted here. Ware kansuru wa... Let me see if I can actually get in... yeah, here I can do it. That one. Akirame o shiranu mono no nayo. It's a cool-ass way of saying it, but I'm not entirely sure what you would do in English. Like... I guess it's like, I clad myself, like, in the name of they who know not defeat? Or something? But it's not, like, akirame is to, like, give up, to give in. Like, you could say, like, I clad myself in the name of they who know no surrender. Maybe. That's, like, the best I got for that one. It's cool. Sae o mirai o hirakan ga tame. Negai o chikara to naran. Oh wait, no. The next line after his, the kansuru. Yeah, I mean, you could say, like, I think you could say, like, I stand for all those who knew no surrender, I guess, is probably the best you could do. Anadoru na, ginkai nado ikura demo koete aru. Anadoru is... Anadoru and pretty much any line like this in Japanese, like, you know, don't look down on, underestimate, yada yada. Hard to make sound as cool as they sound in Japanese. I would probably just say, like, this isn't the end. Like, there is no limit that I cannot transcend. Or something like that. Like, there is no barrier, no limit that I cannot transcend. And then, limit break. Which is tight. I mean, yeah, you probably would just say, like, there is no limit that I cannot break. It is a direct reference. It is supposed to be direct. And then, let us see. So I believe... Cutscene 4 would be the... Is this going to be the mid-fight? No, this is going to be the after-fight. Okay. Oh wait, no, this is just going to be... That's... I cannot... Yeah, abandon... I would say, like, I cannot abandon our promise. 諦めるものか。我らの約束を。I cannot abandon our promise. Let's see if I can get all of these without, missing them. 見くびるな。私は不滅なるもの。まだ戦える。Don't you dare pity me. I am undying, I can still fight. 捕らえたぞ。お前も私の未来の記憶ばかり気にしていたのだろう。This one, these lines or whatever, it's just like, you know, you were... You saw the future, but the tower has also received, you know, carries the hope of the past. The hopes of the past. こいつは天より注ぐ力を受けるために作られた。言うなれば、特大の ancient allies made this to receive power from the heavens, the overwhelmingly massive white aura site. I haven't done any of the optional dungeons. This is like, you know, bear the weight of, like, the hearts and souls of all those who have come before. You know, the people and all the heroes who came before bear the weight of their souls. Probably for sono tamashi goto matomete itadaku zo. That's a bit of a change from the like explicit literal meaning, but that's probably the best way to make it read. And especially then that works well with him collapsing here. it's more or less what was meant. I wonder if this is another... Does this count as a new cutscene, or is this just going to keep going? Yeah, I really should do the optional dungeons. You can see now why I wanted to redo this bit, right? I was fucking mad half asleep last time. This is infinitely better. Yeah, like, look, he's crouched down, he's small, and then he just starts talking to himself very personally. He's not doing a grand monologue, he's crouched down, you know, looking at the floor. Small. The visual language is pretty clear.
これは
These are...
そうだ。ゾディアークになればみんなを
Thought if
救え
I
ると思っ
became Zodiac, I could save everyone. Well,
た。なった後にも
once I
仲
became
間たちの
Zodiac,
響きが聞こえたんだ。
I could hear like their cries of pain, their
たくさんの
grief.
意見が出たんだ。そんなことは
Their
珍しい
and
から
they were
委員会の
their
みんな
opinions
が
were split
並
about
んでいた。
the fate, like the trajectory of the world.
だったら
It was
エリディブスの
rare,
手
but
助けしに行か
everyone
な
in
い
the
と
community was so worried.
そう思って
So Elidibus needed to be there to help them. I thought that and
そう
like stumbled or pulled myself out of Zodiac. That's
彼ら
right.
のことが
I loved them. All of them.
役目をやり遂げたら
I thought if I fulfilled my
もう一度見
duty,
られると思って
I'd be able to see
い
it
たんだろう。
one more time.
彼らの
All of their smiling faces.
幸せそうな笑顔
Like, hear that delivery.
私が最後に残ったって仕方ないじゃないか。
That's the delivery. The shikatanai janaika. It's resignation. He's just looking up and going, like, for me to be here at the end all alone. I guess it just had to be this way. He's trailing off. And just giving a final statement of, I guess this is it.
すまない。ちょっと張り切りすぎた。
Sorry. Looks like I overdid it a little bit. You know, I got a bit ahead of myself.
推奨校としてやるべきことを果たしたら、
Before I told you,
話したいこ
there
と
was
がある。
something I wanted to tell you after my duty as the Crystal Lord was fulfilled.
第8例祭の要因を退け、呼んでしまったみんなを返す方法を見つけ出し、クリスタリウムの民も、これでもうどんな夢でも見られる。
Yeah, all those people who, like, rejected or,
だから、
like, the people who summoned me after,
笑い飛ばしてもいいから、聞い
yeah,
てほしい。
the, okay. You can treat this as a joke, you can laugh this off if you want, but there's something I want to tell you.
あんたと旅がしたい。
It's like, you know, you don't have to take it seriously,
次
but
の冒険には
I want to to go on a journey with you. Make sure you take me with you on your next adventure. 約束だ. Promise.
ならまた再会できるって信じてくれるか?
It's 信じてくれるか? Like, is it okay for me to really believe that we'll get to meet again?
ありがとう.
Thank you. The question is he actually in a state where we could put these memories or the rest of what's occurred into the crystal, or is it still just full up?
この記憶と魂はあなたと共に彼方
I mean, he does say, like,
されど
彼方へ
この日はこの場所に胸を張って立ち続けよ
and, like, that's
う。私を
my soul and memories will go with you.
この世界に
Yeah, however, this body of mine will stand here
明日に
proudly.
継がれていくのだと物語り続けるために
Like, to serve as like, for the sake of the people who called me Lord, for the sake of this world, like, I will stand here strong as a, like, so that the story may be told, like, you know, so that there may be hope for the future. I mean, it's glowing. Maybe that's indicating that his soul is going into it. They were pretty loosey-goosey about the rules there. Cats have no souls? That's true. That is true. Soulless, godless creatures. Absolute bastards.
事実、そこに水晶光が立ち続けているからなのでしょう。皆さんは急に元の世界に返されることもなく、
And
予
the
定通りの方法で
Crystal Lord continues to
帰
stand
還
there.
を試みることになりました。闇の戦士と呼ばれたかの人も二つの世界を渡ることができるまま、
Yeah, this line
ク
was
リスタル
weird.
タワーはこの世界と彼女をつなぐ永遠の道しるべとなったのでした。
Yeah, they've been using this shirube, like the guide here. Michi shirube. Shirube. Okay, let me grab those lines. I mean, they're kind of fairly straightforward, but wait, hold up. Oh, there it is. I was tripping. Okay. Okay, the Crystal Lord continues to stand. Yeah, that's... Crystal Lord continues to stand there. 皆さんは元の世界に愛されることもなく、予定通りの方法で This is a weird... That is a weird way of... Like, this is a weird-ass line, honestly. The second line from her? What exactly... How did they translate this in English? Because I don't know what you would even do. It is a bit of a weird, just, like, explainer line. Oh, okay. I guess they're saying, like, you know, since he's still there, we didn't just get, like, shunted back to the original world, because, like, his body is there, so it technically is, like, still holding us there. So, you know, everybody wasn't suddenly returned, but... I got a chance to like, put their plan into action. And we don't see shit. Dekiru mama. Yeah, okay, the Warrior of Darkness continued to... This is just like a weird set of explainer lines. Like, she was delivering them in such a way that it sounded like a sort of profound epilogue thing, but she was just kind of explaining that everybody didn't just get shunted immediately. Warrior of Darkness could still move between two worlds, but, you know, the, Crystal Tower became a, yeah, symbol of hope. Okay. That was it. No, yeah, that is absolutely fantastic. And now, we can continue. After spending 2.5 hours going back over what should have been last stream, we can continue. It's very weird that that's not the final quest in the patch. It's like the middle quest of the patch. There's still like 5 more quests. They wanted a clean cut? Yeah, but I mean, I feel like... Yeah, there's still 4 quests. There's this one that we're just on right now. I guess this is kind of just an epilogue, but it's 4 quests. It is 4 quests. Oh, come on, that's so cool. So, So remember, one of the previous quests was like the curtain rises on the, like, final conflict. You know, like, the final battle of rebellion. And then here, this is like, though the curtain falls.
ねえ、よければ改めて教えてもらってもいいかしら。あなたたちのエリディブスとの戦いの顛末を。
I wonder, would it be alright if you could tell us what, happened in your fight with, Elvis, you know, everything that occurred? Kinda recap it. How is this quest accepted?
そう。つまり、あなたは最後にちゃんとエリディブスの心のありかを見つけ出してくれたのね。
Ah, like, 心のありか。心のありか。Hmm. I see. It's like, so in the end, like, you found where... Like, you could say, like, where Elidibus's heart lied. Probably. 正しかったのかわからない。It's... I'm not sure, like what was right, the end nothing changed. Katanoku. Negawareta kara shikatanaku. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna say, like, yeah, he was just kind of operating on borderline
だが、そう
instinct.
思っておくわ。
I'll just...
ただ、
I'll
あ
choose
な
to
たが
believe that
単
as
に
well.
争うだけじゃなく、彼に大事な思いを取り戻させたということは、前向きに受け止めていい事実じゃないかしら。
ただ、Yeah, it's like, you know, you weren't just fighting with him, it was, like, you know, you were trying to return, like, those precious memories to him. I think that's the
彼ら
way
にも
to
彼らの願いがあ
to
る。それを覚えていたからこそ
think
でき
of
た
it.
ことなら、間違いなく進歩だもの。
They all had their own wishes, desires, dreams. Like, if that, like, because he finally remembered, I don't believe what you did was wrong.
この道が
I
どこに
guess.
たどり着くのかは、まだわからないけれど、前を向いて歩み続けていきたいものね。
We
彼らの
still
悲しみ
don't
と
know where
優
this
しさにも
path of ours will
報いる
lead,
ことも
but
できるように。
we have to keep moving forward. This last line would probably be like to remember their grief and honor their kindness. Is probably what you would do for something like 彼らの悲しみと優しさにも報いることができるように is like to remember their grief and to honor their kindness.
しかし、戦いの途中で君を助けてくれた古代人というのは、結局のところ何だったのだろうね。
That, what exactly was that, like that ancient helping you in the middle of that fight? Like, what exactly
エ
was
レ
the
ト
deal
セ
with
フ
that?
とてエリディブスの状態は知っていたでしょう。だからこそ彼が孤独に戦い続けることを望まず、終わりをもたらすための仕掛けを残した。
And Mitselk must have known what, you know, about Elidibus's condition. And so he must have left something... Like, must have left one final, like, trick up his sleeve to make sure that he wouldn't just keep fighting all alone. You know, Mitselk wouldn't exactly
なん
be
て勝
happy
手
with
な
the
憶
way
測
that
はできる
Elidibus
けれど、
was.
これこそ論家のことわざでいうところの過去を明かすもの、時のものに痍だわ。
And if I can make my own, like, selfish or, presumptuous speculation. I believe this, lines up with the Ronkin proverb. Togi no mono ni arazu. Where do we go with for this? It was like, he who, like, knows history is not of it? Or something?
真相の答え合わせはできない。少女に許されるのは、その思い出を大切にしておくことだけよ。
We can't know, what is correct, what is right. Yeah, all that we can do in the present is like to cherish and honor those memories. This is all very complicated emotional speech. Oh, this is where you all were. Oh, hey, Big Log. Big Log.
ベイクラグデン、オレオさんから治療中と伺いましたが、もうよろしいのですか?
I heard from player character that you were receiving medical treatment. Are you quite alright now?
よろしいも何も、この状況でじっとしていられるものか。衛兵団がすぐに処置をしに来てくれたのでな。ひとまず
Whether I'm alright or not, I can't just sit around at a time like this. The guards found me, immediately, so as soon as I was able to move, I came running.
してどうなった? 水晶校は
what
なぜこ
happened?
こにおらんのだ?
Why isn't the Crystal Lord with you? He has turned to crystal. He's a fucking statue now.
そうか、あの後、そんなことが。
So, that's what happened. This doesn't feel like a whole quest. This quest could have been an email.
彼のソウルサイフォンをわしに見せてはくれんか?
Could you show me his, that soul siphon of his? What if you just dropped it? What if you just, like, oops, Butterfingers? What if you just dropped the
間違いな
thing?
く、彼の魂と記憶が宿っておる。
But, I mean, I guess it makes sense, because it's like, he used up a bunch of light-style stuff, so I guess that would put him into a state of inactivity, maybe. Well, they do just say, ah, yes, there's no mistaking it, his soul and memories are within.
魂を活性化させて、実体を保っている皆と違って、使い魔による、不活性化なしでも、きちんと込められたようだ。よかった、本当に。
Okay, this one feels like bullshit. This one, we've been talking before about, like, is there anything that feels like a hand wave or like a bit of a retcon? This kinda does. Yeah, they felt the need to very explicitly say this. They're like, unlike all of you whose souls are so active that you're, like, maintaining a physical form, his soul was able to be, like, housed within without being deactivated by the use of the familiar. That's wonderful. I mean, like, the hacky justification I just gave of, I mean, he just used a bunch of, like, light whatever, so I guess that maybe deactivate whatever. They didn't have something for this. This one feels like kind of bullshit.
では、あとはうまく体に返せるかどうかだけ。
Yeah, then all that remains is the question of whether or not his, like it can be returned to his body.
ソウルサイフォン内の魂が原初世界で眠る体を自己と認識してさえいれば、彼は向こうで目覚めることができるのでしたね。
So long as the soul within the soul siphon recognizes the body sleeping in the original world as himself, he may be able to awaken in that world.
あいつがオレオと共に行くことを望んだ以上、その条件は果たされてるんじゃないか?
Like, yeah, since he said he wanted to go with Warrior of Light. Does that mean that, you know, the conditions are met?
さてな、こうなっては、もはや当人に問うことができる。
さてな。Just sitting up with a satena. Well, it's not as though we can ask him now.
加えて、その点が万全だったとしても、賭けは賭けだ。わしは、知恵の限りを尽くして、予測を立てたが、完全に同じ条件の前例があったわけではないからな。
And, even with that being the case, it's still a gamble. Even with all of my knowledge, I'm not like attempting to predict what will occur, there's no, examples of anything like this. Or, like, there's no exactly similar conditions. You know, there's no info. I'm kind of going back to skim mode on this. They're heavily bullshitting here. Like, they are literally saying just like, we don't know, we haven't written it yet. Whether or not the soul and memory will be able to return to the body, whether or not he'll be able to awaken, whether or not soul will return to the body, assimilate, and then awaken is anyone's guess. Like, there's tons of things that could still go wrong.
実はな、ソウルサイフォンを作りながら、水晶鉱に問うてみたことがあったのだ。リスクを負ってでも、原初世界に帰りたいと思うか、とな。
Actually, while making the soul siphon, I spoke with the Crystal Lord about whether or not he would be willing to take the risk and return to the original world. But hold up, they had him just openly state before that he was totally down to take the risk, so what is this line now? In the English he just said, yeah, I'm willing to take the risk. So now why is Picard going like, actually I talked to him and was, talked to him about whether or not he'd be willing to take the risk. Yeah, we all know. Oh wait, it's because they didn't translate that, right?
あやつは、その問い自体には答えなかった。だが、こう言っておったよ。
And he didn't, answer the question itself, but he told me this.
月日を重ねて、広くを見、大きなものを背負うほどに、自分一人の願いは、胸の奥にしまわれていく。それを口に出すのは、とても勇気がいることだ。
God, this is going to be really fancy. 月を重ねて、広くを。ほどに。Wasn't that earlier conversation in the same patch? Yes. They could just go back and fix it, but of course they won't. It's like, as the days pile on, like, as the day, like, the more days pass, the more, like, the broader my outlook becomes, and the more, like, burdens I carry. Like, what I, myself, desire becomes further hidden away deep within my heart. It takes quite a lot of courage to say that, to admit that.
But けれど、周りを見渡して、ふと気づく。人は結局、己の願いに導かれながら生きているのだと。
But however, as I looked around, I finally realized, or suddenly realized, that in the end, people lived their lives guided by their own desires, by their own wishes.
バウスリーが楽園を作ることで、オノが何者であるかを証明しようとしていたように。
Bousley, who was attempting to prove who he was through creating that paradise.
ランジートが深いマナゆえに立ちはだかってきたように。
This is 立ちはだかってきた。Like, Tanjit, like, stood in, I don't know if you really say stood, like, Ranjit, like, held the way out of his deep love. Like, held the path, stood in the way, obstructed.
一緒に生きていきたいと叫んでいたように。
All those who opposed, fought against the Sin Eaters. Like, were screaming out for their desire to live and live alongside those they loved.
そしてまた、あらゆる時代の命が同じように願いを重ねてきたことを世界が物語っているように。
ああ、世界が物語っているように。It's like the world itself declares that like all those across all eras like had these same desires, these same wishes.
だから自分も時が来たらしまった願いに向けて歩き出そう。そこに危険があったとしても構わない。願いは夢はいつだって挑むものだ。
しまった願いに。しまった願い。しまった願い。how do you do しまった願い。Like, it's not broken, it's... MTL has got that wrong. It's like... I mean, you would probably just say, when the time comes, I'll start. You could maybe say, like, dreams I can't help but dream, or... That's probably maybe the closest thing. It's saying it's like an involuntary thing, pretty much. I'm gonna chase after that. I don't care what the risks are. At wishes, dreams. いつだって挑むものだ。挑むものだ。You would probably have to say, like, you know, wishes, dreams are things you have to fight for. You know?
そうして、
You know, he's like, you have to try. You gotta go for it.
それが救ってもらった命でできる精一杯だ、とな。
そして、人らしく、人として生きることだ。It's like, that's like, you know, that's what it means to live, to be human. Like, that's all I can do with this. Like, that's all I can do with this life that I've been given.
全く、そんな青臭い思いを秘めておいて、老人ぶるなという話よ。
All of these have been really hard to get the tone right for. It's like, you know, a very, like, childish or you know, like, childish feelings to... Like, for a man pretending to be, you know, elderly, I guess. You know, he's kind of very youthful. He's not actually an old
そ
man.
の 104年生きているからなんだというのだ。わしが湖畔で隠遁していた時間と変わらんではないか、若造め。
It was like, what's 100 years after? Anyways. Let's see how. It's like only as long as I was, hiding away by that lake, you damn brat. Fuck us all of it.
ふふ。彼もきっとマグの中で面食らっていることでしょうね。
Okay. I'm sure he's, completely, like... This is pretty much like I'm sure he's spinning in that crystal. You know, he's gotta be losing it.
私たち
What
に
the hell?
生きることは時間切れになってしまう前に原初世界に帰
Big
るこ
Lug
と
just
よ。
started talking mad shit. Okay. Okay. We just need to get back to the, original world before we're out of time. Olitan just fucking broke on me. Here we go. It just... My dictionary just crashed. It's weird. First time that's happened.
オレオと違って物は持っていけないけれど、それでも各々に最後の支度があるのではなくて、
Unlike Warrior Fight, we won't be able to bring anything physical with us, but, you know, we all need to make our own preparations.
私は少しスリザーバウに行ってくるわ。
I'm going
ま
to
た
go to
後
Slitherbell.
で会いましょう。
See you all later. Wait, but don't we still need to actually do the
ふ
thing?
む。
Don't we still need to do the thing? I don't... Did we... Did we... Are we good to go? Don't we need to do, like, more adjustments or whatever? You just says like I need to make sure that I move out of the like manor in Ilveg.
そういうわけですので、リーン、最後の時間までサンクレッドのことをお願いしても
So, then, Lynn, could you, look after Thancred for me until the time comes?
私、花を買いたかったんです。よければ、一緒に選んでもらえませんか？
I wanted to go buy some flowers, could you come pick that out with me
そ
together?
れを持って行きましょう。もう一度だけ、ナバスアレンに。
Let's, take them with us to, back to Nalasalan. Oh, from
そ
Vilga.
うだな、一緒に行くとしよう。
Yeah, let's go. Let's do that. Orientor is planning on dipping to another world to escape his fairy landlords? True.
私はユールモアに行ってこようかな。借りた
He's never getting that security deposit
ちゃん
back.
と報告して謝っておくよ。
Going to go back to Hulmore. Need to tell them what happened and apologize for
では、アリゼーもまた後で。
what happened to the airship. So, see you later, Alize. How were there 3 more quests? How were there 3 more quests?
わしは皆の分のソウルサイフォンの最終確認をしておこう。これでし、
Okay, Backlog just did say, これで心配したら、それこそわしはno, the final adjustments of the soul siphon if it still goes wrong. Sorry.
ねえ、 私、旅立ちの宿に
Okay,
行ってこようと思うんだ
inner
けど、あなたも一緒に来てくれない？
will you come with
そ
me?
りゃ、あなたはいつでもこっちに来られるだろうし、挨拶する必要がないことくらいわかってるわよ。
Of course, you can come over here and visit any time, so there's no need for you to say goodbye, but...
けど、水晶校にとっては、ノルブラントを回れる最後の機会でしょ。だから、マグを持ってついてきてほしいの。
Oh yeah, for the Crystal Lord, it's his last chance to go through Noivron, so... I hope I'd like for you to bring him with us.
まったく、英雄の懐で運んでもらうなんて、彼も贅沢よね。まあ、長い間頑張ってきたことに免じて、今回だけ、あなたを貸してあげるわ。
贅沢よね。I'm sorry. Like, for him to be able to be, you know, carried around the hero's pocket, you know, that's... You know, he's really living it up. Well... I'm sorry. She's saying, あなたを貸してあげるわ? Like, you know, she's describing as though she is, like, jealous of him getting to go around getting carried in your pocket. How is that? This is ridiculous. You know, he's really living it up, getting to, you know, get carried around in your pocket. Well, you know, considering everything that he's done, I'll let him, like, he can have you this time. Like, I'll allow it. What do you mean? あなたを貸してあげる. What do you mean? All I say is talking about this is though, like, that is a, like, that's her spot. Wait, なんてね? That was a very delayed なんてね. Going, haha, just kidding. Just kidding. Haha. Let's go. Harlick is probably doing better. That was a very important なんてね, but also, I don't believe you in the slightest. What? Harlick is there.
大変、外に出て行っちゃったのかもしれないわ。すぐに探さないと。
Might have wandered outside. We have to find him.
ああ、アリゼ、来てくれたのか。ハ
ル
リクが世話人と一緒に散歩に出ているよ。墓地のあたりにいるんじゃないかな。
Harlick went out for a walk with his caretaker. I believe they said he was, you know, they're around the cemetery.
よかった、無断じゃなかったのね。せっかくだし、探してみましょう。
Like, oh, good, so they know where he is. Since we're here, let's go look for him. The absolute first thing that Alize is going to do is try and convince Urianger to make her like a shrinking potion or something. I've turned myself into a marketable plushie warrior of light.
いたいた。また失踪したんじゃないかって一瞬ヒヤッとしたわ。
Oh, you're here. I was worried. Thought he might have, just disappeared again.
大丈夫。ハルリクは無事ですよ。おかげさまで、最近は
It's alright,
進んで散歩
Harlock's
に
doing
出かか
fine.
るんです。
Thanks to you, he's been, like wanting to been able to go for walks recently and going outside, walking
この
around.
場所には特に思うところがあるみたいで。
Like, yeah, it seems as though this place is fairly important to him.
お墓と言っても、ハルリクのご家族はここに眠ってなかったわよね。
Grave, but, Alex's family aren't entombed here, right?
はい。ただ、最近ここにみんなで埋めたんです。テスリーンが使っていた護身用の剣を。
Yes, but that's right, but everyone we all buried here the sword that Tethrin always used.
彼女がいたって証をこの場所にも何か残しておきたく。
Akashi. Itatte Akashi. It's back. Oh, we wanted to make sure that there was still some, like, proof that she was here. That, we want to make sure that there was some proof that she was here. Saved.
そっか。ハルリクもきっと彼女のこと分かってるのね。
分かってるのね。That's an interesting nuance, but I say this is pretty much like, he remembers her, but it's a bit different than just remember. It's like he knows who she was.
ところで、今日はどうして来てくださったんですか？あの可愛い豚さんでの治療は少し間を空けなきゃならないのでは？
By the way, what business are you on here today? I think there should have been a bit more time before the next round of treatments with that adorable little pig of yours.
前に話したと思うけど、私、すごく遠い場所から来てて、急だけど、そこに帰ることになったの。それで今日は、
I think I mentioned it before, but
お別れをしに。
we're from very, very far away. It's sudden, but we need to go home. So, I'm here today to say goodbye to everyone.
使いまでの治療は、前に私と一緒に来たム族のベークラグが引き継いでくれることになってる。その点については心配しないで。
The treatments with the familiar is going to be taken over by the Mo Bekrag, who was with me before. There's no need to worry about that.
そっか。帰り方を探してるって言ってましたもんね。
See, you were saying you were looking for a way to go home.
寂しいけど帰れることになってよかったです。こちらこそどうか心配しないでください。
It will be said. we'll miss you, but I'm glad you were able to find a way home. So, and please, don't worry about us.
私たちはアリ勢からたくさんの元気をもらいました。夜空を見ることや罪食いかを治療すること、できないと思ってたことをあなたは成し遂げてくれた。
たくさんの元気。たくさんの元気。That's... I cannot think of a more untranslatable line. You would probably just have to say, like, you've done so much for us. All these things that nobody ever thought we'd ever be able to do. Like, you know, getting to see the night sky again, or curing people, becoming city eaters.
次は私たちがそれを引き継いで頑張る番です。ここのお墓に眠るのはテスリーンの剣が最後、きっとそうしてみせます。
And so now it's our turn to, it's like, you know, our turn to step up. I promise you the last thing to be buried in this graveyard is going to be Tetherin's sword. We'll make sure of that.
アリ勢、あなたもどうか体には気をつけて、そして幸せでいてくださいね。
I mean, I think this is just kind of a euphemism there. I don't know if they really like, this lady does not seem to be the, how do I put this? She seems very normal. I don't think that she's going to be talking about or, like, comprehending the concepts of, like, reflected worlds and shit. She's just talking about, like, being a nurse. So, always say, be careful, you know, whatever you do, try and be healthy and happy. Happy and healthy. Yeah.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
けど、最後の挨拶には、ちょっとまだ早いわ。出立の時間ギリギリまで、宿の手伝いをさせてもらうんだから。
Yeah, but it's a bit too early to be saying our, you know, final goodbyes. I'm gonna be helping out here at the inn right until it's time to leave.
害獣の討伐でも、小道具の手入れでも、水汲みでも上等よ。どんなに細かいことだって遠慮なく相談して。だって、
whether it's, you know, exterminating, like, pests, like, repairing furniture, drawing water, whatever. You know, however small the task may be, let me know. I mean...
この世界にあるものでいらないものなんてない？
Ha! Oh man, they cannot possibly have fucked this up any worse. Holy shit, how do you possibly do the callback here? How do you do the callback here now? How do you do the callback here with the line that she ended up using? What even was it? She says, you know, like, no matter what it is, let me do it. You know, there's... You know, anything you need, whatsoever. You know, after all... Arlick then says, there's no such thing in this world as something that nobody needs.
そうよ、ハルリク、その通りだわ。
This is very effectively emotional here. Yeah. That's right, Harlek.
その言葉は、これからもあなたを守ってくれる。きっと、忘れないでいてね。
And then きっと忘れないでいてね。あなたを守ってくれる。これからあなたを守ってくれる。I don't know if you can use protect here in English. It sounds weird. Like those words will always protect you. So whatever you do, don't forget them. It doesn't really make sense. In English, it's not really protect here. This mamoru here isn't really... You can maybe say guide, but like always be with you, maybe?
私も絶対忘れないから。
And I won't ever forget you either. Okay, like, what was the exact lead into that? Because I need, this is the one thing I'm gonna check for these. 遠慮なく相談して、だって、どんなに細かいことだって、遠慮なく相談して、だって。Like, no matter how small it is, just let me know, like, you know, no matter how menial the task, whatever, let me know. I mean, after all, there's no such thing in this world as something that nobody needs. Let's check the English. Real quick. This is the only one I'm gonna do for this one. This has come to bite them in the funniest way possible. Not time to say our failure. It isn't our time to say our farewells quite yet. There are any tasks need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, and what have you. Just say the word. I mean, to make use of every last moment here. After all, the time left to you is precious. That's right, Harlek. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you true, so never forget them, and neither will I. I cannot think of a less fitting phrase for this area. I cannot think of a less fitting phrase. It doesn't even make sense. The time left to you is precious. They have to work it in. Oh yeah, they changed this earlier. Why did they change this earlier? Oh, because they're dumb. Literally it was the entire point of the zone and they had no reason to change it. It just had to be that they didn't understand it whatsoever. Like, it's the kobolds saying. So, like, that was the thing, is you go to the Inn of Departures where people are thrown away, and you go to Mold Souk where the kobolds pick up and sell the things that people throw away. And the kobolds say, there's no such thing in this world as something that nobody needs. And Catherine says to Harlek, there's no such thing in this world as something, parentheses, someone, that nobody needs. Because the phrase is, この世界にあるものでいらないものなんてない. it's slightly ambiguous. You know, this can be used for people as well in this case. It's like, really, you can just do the exact same thing. This translates very well as there's no such thing in this world as something that nobody needs. Which, you know, she was saying to Harlick that the people in the inn in general, that they are not, like, abandoned, useless things, just burdens, that they still matter. You know, that they are still needed. It's not just that they're, like, loved, but it's that they're needed. There's a difference.
オレオさんも会いに来てくださって、テスリンは来客をすごく喜んだから、今、とっても嬉しいんじゃないかと思います。
Tethrin was always so happy to have visitors, so I'm sure she's happy now. Like, this is another thing, is that they keep downplaying and getting rid of the idea here of, like, carrying people with you. Like, I just glanced up at the English, but they got rid of the, like, that line there was not here either. They just said she did always enjoy having visitors, and none were more welcome than you and Alize. Like, they just got rid of the thing of, like, I'm sure she must be so happy to see you now. Where they're talking about, like, you know, her, like, still being at the grave. I don't understand why they keep doing that. It's actually, like, pretty fucking insensitive. This is a very common thing in Japanese stories, the idea of, like, somebody's, you know, talking about somebody's, like, spirit or something like that lingering on in that sense. I don't know why the fuck you would cut that.
別に泣いたりなんかしてないったら。
I'm not crying.
言った通
I'm not
り、
crying.
私は時間までここに残るつも
I'm
りだ
gonna
か
be
ら、
here.
他の
Like
みん
I
なの
said,
心
I'm
も
gonna be
回
here,
ってくるといいんじゃ
right
な
up
い
until it's time to leave. Okay, why don't you go talk to everybody
アルフィ
else?
ノのところとか、ユール
Go
も
talk to Alfino and Yulmore. Okay, so this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Oh, God. I mean, I guess I understand that they're doing, like, wrap-up, but these are all gonna be really long, aren't they? I mean, I kind of just want to, like, come on, let's get it moving. Oh, Dulia, she is losing it at the thought of Alfino leaving.
ドリア夫人、どうか落ち着いて。
Mrs. Child, Dulia, please, calm down.
いやよ。アルフィノちゃんと永遠にお別れなんて。そんなの。
No. I'll never be able to see you again. That's just... Oh no. Run. Yeah, run. Run.
ああ、お前か。これはまあ見ての通りなのだが、アルフィノから事情を聞
No,
か
it's
され
you.
たな。
As you can see, you know, we've heard about things from Alfino. Told us what's going
それか
on.
らずっとこの調子なのだ。
He's been like this ever
私
since.
ももうなんと慰めればいいやら。
I really don't know what I should say to comfort her. You... Scotty. I'm gonna call him like the great master artist. Gotta pull yourself together. You gotta live up to the mantle.
いつまでも引っ張らないでくれ。
Stop messing with me.
書き上げたから。あとは言葉を尽くすだけだよ。
Through the painting or portrait I promised. Okay, I just gotta like sign it or whatever.
ドリア夫人、どうか聞いてください。
Or put it into words. Okay, please hear me out. Listen to me. I'm going skim mode on this one.
実は私はかつて救済の理想を追い求めて大掛かりな組織を作り、手痛い失敗をしたことがあるのです。
This is a lot to immediately be dumping here. Like, I've made an entire organization to try and save the world and made a massive error.
いえ、失敗などという言葉では生ぬるい。
Yet no error couldn't possibly even begin to cover it.
間違いなく私の罪でありましょう。
There's friends of mine lost their lives as a result. he uses the term sin here. Like, yeah, it's, you know, a sin of mine. Crime, almost. It's not really crime, but, you know, sin. They keep using the word tsumi. The problem is that tsumi in Japanese has more, like, varied meaning than sin. It doesn't have the exact same, like, explicitly religious connotation. So, perhaps mostly trying to push his ideals onto everyone else, like I saw myself in that. That's why I'm so happy that... I don't know what you do for Psyche. It's like, you know, I'm so happy that everyone in this town, like, has gotten their second chance or something. Like, is doing better.
人は何度でも新たな理想を見つけ、歩き出せるということに勇気をもらったのです。
自分の罪が注がられるからではない。I mean, I'm guessing that it's like, you know, not because of, like, there's some sort of way of, like, making up for my own sin, or, like, you know, it's too, like, similar to that. 人は何度もOkay. It showed me that, like, as many times as it takes, people can find new values, ideals, and keep moving forward. You know, it's inspiring. Can we stop going with super figurative lines that are difficult to convey in English? Like, you know, I want to... You can't really say Flame of Hope, because that's the Midvillia thing, but he does say... Actually, no. You could say, like, I want to keep this, like, this, no, it's not hope, it's not Kibble. To, like, cherish this courage that you've all given me and move forward on my
私た
own.
ちもきっとユルモアを素晴らしい都市にしてみせよ
We sure to make Yulmore into a wonderful city.
お前はまたこっちに来られるんだろそしたらいいニュ
You'll
ースが
be,
あった時には手
even
紙にで
so,
もしたためて
visits.
託すさ
You'll be able to visit later, right? If there's like any developments, good news, we'll be sure to have like letters waiting for you to give Delphin. Oh, okay. Yeah, we could just keep corresponding.
まあ場合によっては良くないニュースかもしれないが
Might not all be
そんな
good
時は
news, but
相談に乗ってやってくれ
it might not all be good news, but at times like that, I hope that you'd be able to give us some
も
advice.
ちろん喜んで
Of course, I'd be glad
お
to.
役に立てる日を楽しみに待ちましょう
I'll be ready at any time. Glad to be of service. Oh no, run. Run, Alfredo, run. Please
頑張るあ
don't.
なたをずっと応援しているわだけど無理はしないでね
Whatever you do, we'll always be cheering you on, but be sure to not
あ
overdo
な
it.
たが平穏な喜びで満たされますようにそう祈り続ける人がいるってことをどうか忘れないで
Please don't ever forget that there's so many people like, hoping and praying that your life will be filled with peace and joy. Oh, what are we gonna do here?
愛しているわ私たちの勇敢で優しい画家さん
We all love you. You're our brave and kind painter.
はいお二人もいつまでもお元気で
Please take care. The two of you. For as long as you live. The least fitting music sting.
不思議だね
Okay, let's get
今
out of
は
here.
こんなに近くにいる人たちともう会えなくなるなんてまだ実感が湧かないというのが正直なところだよ
It's strange for like, to think that these people who are so close to us won't ever be able to see again. It still doesn't feel
けれ
real
ど
to me.
うんノルグラントでの出会いや経験は私の宝物だ
But, everything I saw and all the people I met through Norvrand I'll treasure them
私
forever.
たちはここで本当にいい旅をしたそうだろうオレオ
Really had quite the wonderful journey, didn't we? Okay, where am I going? Where am I going next? Volcano. The adventure continues. Next time.
そういえば君はどうしてここに
What are you- what are you
何か用
doing
事が
here?
あったのかい
Got any business here? Just wanted to see how you were doing.
なるほどそういうことかだとしたら 次はイルメグの徳学者の荘園に行ったウリ
Okay, why don't you go see Urianger?
心配はいらないかもしれないが、妖精たちが彼を
How do they pronounce that in English, by the way?
君が様子を見に行ってくれると安心だよ。
Because I'm sure you're aware there's no real need to worry about him. But it's no, Urianger's Urianger. Ugh. I mean, I guess that might be accurate for the French or whatever. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying it in katakana, man. Urianger. Yeah, there's no guarantee that the fairies will want to let him leave. So, aren't we just going to get, like, screamed at again by, what's-her-face? Because we keep forgetting that she exists? Because they set up the, they set up us having this, like, super powerful fairy friend, but then they never used her for the story. She was in the previous dungeon? That's true. For, like, a second. She doesn't even show up here? That would be shocking. See, the problem is, though, is that we're rapidly approaching the 4-hour mark, but I think all that's left is these, like, you know, wrap-em-up quests. And then I don't actually know what we would do afterwards. This is a really awkward... This would be a very awkward stopping point. But I did very much so want to go back over all the stuff that I was far too sleepy for last time.
おや、この木に及んで来客とは、いかがなさいましたか、オレオさん。
いかがなさいましたか? It's like, what a late visitor. For what reason would you happen to be here? You do Eden role quests or Gaius next? Okay, if I'm going to attempt to push through this, then I'm going to... Okay. Let me just... Okay. No. So I just clicked over to do like a quick scan of the length of the quest for the final quest, and notes on one of like the Final Fantasy wikis. This quest contains a cutscene with a 26-minute length. No. No. That ain't happening. I did not remember that. I don't think it's going to be particularly memorable, but then I think I'll finish up like this section with Urianger, and then like just, you know, finish up the rest of it and then pivot to, either Eden, Roll Quest, or Gaius. Depending on where the mood takes us. I don't think it would be a particularly bad pivot in either case. I see, you're, traveling around Norvrant with the Crystal Lord, and checking in on all of us, I
こ
see.
ちらは万事順調です。
万事順調。
博物陳列館の方に回収を頼んでおりますので、お手伝いいただくような難事はございません。
万事順調です。Man, I wish I could be this guy. Being able to bust shit like this out on the spot. Everything is proceeding favorably. Any books or... The books have been entrusted to the like, Hall of Natural History. There's nothing so pressing as to require your assistance. Like, that's really how he should talk for things like this, like, お手伝いいただくような汝はございません. Is something along the lines of, like, there is nothing so pressing as to necessitate your assistance.
ですが、あなたがいらしてくださったのは大変な幸運、いえ、まさに運命と言えるでしょう。
However, for you to have arrived like this is quite the, fortuitous outcome. No, I could say that this, it's veritably, or it can be described as nothing other than destiny.
実は、あなたとエリディブスの戦いの後で、こんなものを見つけたのです。
In fact, after your battle with Elvis, I found this. I found this.
輝きを失った光のクリスタル。
お
おそらくアルバートの体と共に埋葬されていた彼自身の持ち物だと思われます。
A crystal of light that's lost its shine. This must have been buried alongside Albert's body. I think it was one of his possessions, I believe.
その体をエリディブスが使っているうちに懐から転がり落ちでもしたのでしょう。
Wait a second, hold up. So, yeah, 転がり落ち. This is a similar turn of phrase to him describing, like, happening to fall out of Zodiark. It's a similar thing here, right? Like, while Elvis was using his body, it must have, like, fallen out of his pocket.
残念ながら、アルバートの体そのものは、エリディブスがウォーリア・オブ・ライトに変じる際に、力の一端として取り込まれてしまったものと思われます。
Unfortunately, it appears as though Albert's body itself was, like, incorporated into, the form that Elvis assumed as the Warrior of Light.
故に、そのクリスタルが唯一の遺品。もしよければ、 他ならぬあなたの手から彼の縁者である瀬戸に返してやっていただきたいのです。
Therefore, 唯一の遺品. Again, it's the same thing. So, therefore, this crystal is the only thing left of him. Therefore, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like for you to give this to his family, Seto. Like, I'd like you to deliver it personally to Seto. To Seto.
瀬戸は変わらず、ボレクドルフで過ごしているようです。どう
Yeah.
かお願いいたしますね。
I mean, they say 唯一の遺品. It's the only thing that he left behind. This is a very, very persistent theme. Seto seems to be spending his days in Volkendorf as usual. Please. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is going to, things are going to get much longer now. Actually, no, I'll at least finish this I'll at least finish this quest itself. This would be awkward.
Ah, 君か。妖精たちが君が妙な幻に襲われていたと話していたからとても心配していたんだよ。
Ah, it's you. I was worried. The fairies were talking about how you were being attacked by very strange illusions.
空模様も戻ったことだし、事なきを得たのだと思うけれど、私を訪ねてくるなんて一体どうしたんだい？
And the skies returned to the way that it was, so I hope things will be all right from now on. But for you to be visiting me, what exactly is the matter? What exactly is going on? Background video and a credit roll? Ew. Oh, it's gonna be one of those then. Oh no!
これはもしやアルバートのクリスタルかい？
Is this perhaps Albert's crystal?
やっぱりそうか。様子は変わってしまっているようだけど、一体どうして今になって？
I knew it, but it's like, though it's different than I remember it. Why now? Well, 今になって, yeah, it's like, yeah, why now? Like, why are you bringing this to me now? Or, I mean, that could also just be like, you know, what happened?
「彼の体がそんなことになっていたなんて」
For that to have happened to his body, or for like them to have done that to his body.
それも君が眠らせてくれた。彼らの名誉を傷つけることなく。
それも君が眠らせてくれた。Yeah, it's like, yeah, however, you put him at peace. Like without damaging his legacy.
ありがとう。本当に。このクリスタルは彼の思い出としてここで静かに守っていくよ。
Thank you, Brule. I'll keep this crystal safe as a memory of him. 彼の思い出として。
おやすみなさい、アルバート。今度こそ安らかに。
I'm trying to think, do you actually just go with... Do you actually just go with good night here? I mean, I think if you went with, like, good night, Albert, this time may you rest in peace. Yeah, I was just trying to think of, like, what you would do for the Oyasumi. Yeah, that's like, that was the thing, because I like it, but it does sound a bit odd. So your options are... Like, can you... I mean, the top one makes more sense. You know, the soul thing. He's right, he's still here.
君の魂よ?
Your soul? Yeah, if he's just sensing the soul, it's Albert.
この気配。そんな、なんてことだ。
Yeah, this. Kehai again. With this feeling. What is this?
瀬戸、お前本当にでかくなったな。
Seto, you really got where's his beard? That's true. You really are, you really got big, you're all grown up. Huge.
アルバート。会いたかった。ずっと会いたかったんだよ。
Albert, I wanted to see you. I've always wanted to see you again. Oh boy, and his massive, weird bird dragon dog thing.
すまなかった。君をかばうことができなくてすまなかった。
I think you probably go with like, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. Like when you needed me the most, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you.
もっと早くに言葉を得られたら
Keep you safe,
私が
maybe.
どれほど君を好きか君に幸せであってほしかったかちゃんと伝えられたのに
If only I had been able to speak sooner, I would have been able to tell you how much I loved you. And how much I wanted you to be happy.
バカ。ちゃんと分かってたさ。
Ah, you can't. Like, this... It's very hard to make this sort of, playful derision still make sense in English. You would probably have to go with some sort of, like... As much as I dislike doing it normally, you might have to say something like, you know, you old bird, or whatever. I always knew. Just some sort of, like, you little shit. I mean, yeah, you could just say, like, yeah, come on. Of course I always knew.
ありがとな。俺の自慢の相棒。
Wait, no! No, they screwed this one up too, didn't they? What did they go with for this? Oh god, it wasn't Jimon no Aibo. Partner in crime? He's a fucking hero. Why would he say partner in crime? That's so lame. That's so lame. Like, Jimon no Aibo is a hard one, and I don't remember what we did for it. I think we came up with something, but... No, it's like, it's prized. You know, he's proud of Seto. Like, you know, it's prized, proud. Companion, partner. You gotta come up with a phrase for that, but it can't be partner in crime. Anything other than that. Almost anything other than that.
So ka. 彼はまだそこで旅を続けているんだね。
I see. You probably want to... Actually, no. This is like, you know, journey. You know, like, you know, his journey is still ongoing.
だったら、お休みというにはまだ早い。
Yeah, you can't say goodnight then.
遠くまで連れて行ってあげておくれ。
I guess you probably would have to translate this oyasumi in the previous one to goodbye, then. I guess it's too early to say goodbye. And then for this last one, it's like, please, yeah, take him with you, like, far, far and wide.
Today, 明日は私も久々に思い切り飛んでみようかな。あの頃みたいに遥か高くまで風に乗って。
I think tomorrow I'll try, you know, really flying again. After all this time. Like, just like then, far, far away, upon the wind. Or, you know, like high in the sky, upon the wind.
Arigato, 俺をアルバートの魂を受け取ってくれた不屈の君。
Ah, 不屈の君。Thank you for inheriting his soul.
はるか先まで続かんことを、まだ終わらない冒険を存分に楽しんでおいで。
Gonna go on a big old adventure. I mean, everybody who was doing this one when it came out, though, like, no, this is the end of the patch. The adventure very much ends in like 2 quests. You did just kind of say, like, you know, your adventure isn't yet over. Keep it going. Incredibly nice section. I still can't believe that they made the Umo into dogs. and then removed all of the dog-like qualities from the birds. That's just fucking baffling. Also, would it have killed them to put a aetheryte in front of Urianger's place here? I mean, I could have just unlocked flying at any point, but no. Not doing that. Unless I am physically required to, you cannot make me. Wait, if you want the Ronkin Serpent, you need it. So, I mean, there's many bad jokes that can be made. Like, I could just say, you know, that's what they called me in college. But I'm gonna say I don't particularly want the Ronkin Serpent, actually. I think I'm good on that front. Oh, it's just an incredibly long cutscene. Okay.
いかがでしたでしょうか。アルバートのクリスタルは瀬戸のもとに
How things go? Were you able to give Albert's crystal to Seto?
そうでしたか。やはりあなたにお任せしてよかった。大役お疲れ様でした。
I was right to have. I'm glad that you were the one to have done it. It's like, you know, you've done a great thing.
新たな光の戦士を目指す者たちによって末永く語り継がれていくことでしょ
う。Albert's story is going to be passed down for a long time by those who seek to become new warriors of light.
今度こそ正しくこの世界でくじけかけた誰かに勇気をもたらすものとしてそうならんことを私も願っています。
This time, properly, or rightfully maybe. Like, as a story that will, like, bring courage, inspire those like who may have begun to who had almost given up on the world, or like, you know, on the verge of giving up on this world. I hope this to be the case. Oh! Oh, dude. Fuck. Hold up. It's 8:22. This is lemon waffles? Oh, is there anywhere that I can go get some damn waffles? Still? Oh, how dare you show that to me? Fuck. That's really good. I know, it's bullshit, man. I really wish there was a Waffle House around here. Like, Waffle House really is the only good thing about the American Midwest, in general. However, Waffle House is only good in dire circumstances. Things need to be going badly for you to want to go to a Waffle House, but then it's a goddamn oasis. Like, you need to be exhausted, you need to be drunk off your ass, you need to be, like, severely injured. Something needs to be going wrong. It's like a, you know, honorary hospital. Fuck no, I want some damn waffles. Okay. That is going to do it for me for right now. I'm glad that we were able to actually go back over that series of cutscenes while I was actually lucid. You know, it took us a while to get back through it, so... But, yeah, I really didn't want to just leave things, there. You know, skipping over, like, basically one of the most pivotal cutscenes in the game, just because I was too fucking out of it to be able to remember basic Japanese. Not the best look. But yeah, next time we will finish out this patch and then either do Eden, role quests, or something else. I don't know which one I'm gonna do. Honestly, might even literally just decide based on whatever the end of the patch is. Like, or just like spin a damn wheel. Literally, I might just do that. But yeah, this has been very fun. That was actually that was an excellent end to the patch. I do wish that Elonimus got to hang out for a bit longer. I'm not really sure where we're gonna go with the story now. Like, that is a bit of a problem. I'm not... Like, what do we do? I mean, I guess we're going back and dealing with Xenos, but... Like... Can we just, like, shoot him with a gun? Can we just, like, shoot him with a gun? Like, now that there's none of the original Asians left around anymore, they're gonna have to pull out the new greater threat. Or, if it was me, we would just roll back up onto the original world and go, hey, Heidelin, hey, you wanna fucking explain? You got some explaining to do. And I've got this fucking sledgehammer. Choose your words fucking carefully. You know? Hold up. Hold up. I can't. I really wish I was faster at being able to edit things like this, but... You know, we just roll up back into, regular reality and go... Your life ends 30 minutes from now. Just replace the cuckoo clock with the Heidelin crystal. That's me. That's what we're about to go do. Time to die. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you guys for doing the min eye level thing. That was very fun. And I will see you for Metaphor on Friday on Michael, Japan Day Trippers channel, and here on Sunday. Peace out. See ya, bye.